Yo, 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 what's going on, everyone? Welcome into the Rock Show. How are we doing this evening? Hope you all are good. Welcome in. Uh, how's everyone doing today? Hope you all had a wonderful week. We've made it to the weekend. We're going to start getting some cross-stitching done, and then, yeah, we'll see what happens. Fair warning, guys, I'm not sure how late I'm going to go tonight. Usually we try to go until about, like, 3 or 4. However, I've been dealing with, I'm sure you guys have heard me say this before, we're dealing with a small invasion of mice. So I've got one in this room with me, right? It was just over here and down on the floor, nibbling at the packaging of my Metroid Prime button thing that I got. And I gotta get that fished out, but I got the old tower that's in my way, and I gotta get that moved. Yeah, so there, that was supposed to be done yesterday, and I didn't quite get to all that. There was a lot of clutter I had to get rid of, and you know, so the clutter down here, this is my clutter. So this down here is my mess. So I gotta clean my mess up, and hopefully catch that little rascal in the process. Um, so yeah, so we're determining, depending on what takes place Sunday. I may not be streaming Sunday because of that. So yeah, we'll kind of play it by ear. Um, if I need to sit down and take a break, maybe I'll go ahead and stream for a little bit, or at least jump into Norgie's stream or Discord and talk and chat with him while I rest, and then we'll kind of go from there. So just keep watching Norgie's channel, which we'll go ahead and give him a shout out here a bit, just so that way we can have that up on the board. So. Yeah, so thank you guys again for understanding. I know it's not the greatest of things to hear, but that's where we kind of are with everything right now. So, all right, so we are gonna go ahead and continue here. We've got, let's see, I want to say, bring up my where we left off here. See, we were working with. There we go. So let me go ahead and switch on over here to our main screen for a moment. Show you what we're working with here. All right, so where we are right now, we are about.
It's too late. We can't go back. It's over.
We're about 4 rows in of 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we got 3 more rows of 5 to go, and then we got 3 rows of 4 here. And that's going to reduce down to a row of 3. We're going to kind of go in 1, do 2 rows of 3, go in 1, 2 rows of 3, a row of 2, a row of 3. However, this is where things are going to get funky, because technically speaking, when we get done with these 3 rows right here of 4, and this row of 3, this here is where we're gonna have this moment where we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna come over here. We're gonna do this half, right? Then we'll skip 1, do these 3 and halves, come back, do the other half, skip 1, finish off the half. And then depending on how we got to there, will determine how we go from here. It's going to be interesting, Chad. We'll try to go ahead and plan it all out, but no guarantees that it'll all work like we want it to. So, but there we go. All right, let me go ahead and kick on sound effects for me to hear. So when you guys message, I can hear what's going on. What the heck is that? All right. Okay, that's looking good there. Put our music back on. All right, Chad. Here we go. And for those of you guys who were here yesterday, remember I poked myself in the cuticle of this finger. Luckily, no problems. We're good. It just got me a little bit right in the cuticle, but I'm good. Just got to make sure that we keep our fingers out of the way of the needle. That's all. Keep your fingers out of the way of the needle and you won't poke yourself. Kappa. Alright, chat. Here we go. So yeah, and I'm not sure exactly how long I'm going to go tonight. There's quite a bit I got to go ahead and do tomorrow. Try and I'm hoping that tomorrow night I can go ahead and start down here in the game room, get things squared away, catch this little bugger and send him on send him packing, and then go through and do a cleaning spree. Maybe even go ahead and pull some things and have it ready to go to storage. As much as I don't want to have stuff go to storage, especially if I want to go ahead and get ready to sell this place. It's gonna be one of those things where it's like I really gotta focus on getting things ready to roll. You know what I mean? I don't want to sit here a last minute packing everything up, trying to get out of here and moved in. You know, if we can get a lot of this stuff gradually moved out of here and only keep what we really absolutely positively need, then that'd be the ideal thing. Like I would be absolutely happy with taking all of my classic consoles, as much as it pains me to say it, take all my classic consoles and go store them. Get them stored, and then a bunch of other things that I want to go ahead and store, get that stored. Like DVD and game collections and whatnot. Well, at least my DVDs and tapes and stuff. That's like a big thing for me. Get all my wife's books stored. She's working on a particular series. Maybe go ahead and keep that series out, but everything else, pack up, get it put away. Alright, this is the last row of 5 we're starting right now. And then we have the 3 rows of 4 after that. set me out of sticky trap. Try to go ahead and get one of this little bugger. Right. As row 5, this section here, and just here, because I just pick things up as far as my slack is concerned. To be fair, this thing is twisted around. That is not where that goes. There we go. That did the trick. Alright, we're now on the 3 rows of 4. I think I can get at least 2 rows of 4 done before I've got to go ahead and swap out my thread here. There we go. Yo, Brock, what's up, Bubba? How you doing? How is the Brock Otter doing tonight? Things are all right. We were talking. I was talking yesterday, kind of about this. I've got a. We've been invaded by small little rodents, and I got traps set up all over the damn place, trying to get rid of them. I think we're down to the last one. I hope. And tomorrow night, after I get back from my mom's, I'm gonna start working on trying to clean up in and around here. I'm hoping that I can actually catch the little bugger, so that way I can start cleaning in here. But my main focus is to try to go ahead and try and get it try to herd it over towards a trap, and then actually get it trapped. And once that's done, I'm going to be going through and decluttering down here like I was decluttering upstairs. And when I go to declutter, I'm also going to be going through and, you know, cleaning up all the little crap. Clorox on the floors and the whole nine, you know what I mean? Work's been all right. Today was a bit of a doozy. We had a report that well, I shouldn't say a report. We have a thing that we were doing where we're adding some data um to our daily reports, and this data is to help those of us who set up the reports to quickly identify where something's at without having to go 5 different damn places to look things up, right? You know, the more information that we have, the better off that we're going to be, right? Well, this one report, there's a gentleman who works with us. We've seen a lot of his requests for reports come through where things are off. Like, he'll put in additional spaces, or he'll spell something wrong. Um, Excuse me. And the spelling of things wrong isn't really all that big of a deal, but you know. And if he's and then there's parts of the request that comes through that we're not sure if he's going through and making these edits to the report or to the request, or this is something that's being done by the system and the system is screwing things up. But yeah, we're just seeing like a lot of things that have gone wrong. So you know, with this project that we're working on, going through and backfilling all this data and whatnot, there was one of these reports that that one of this person's clients has set up, and it looks like that they went in and they disabled the report, even though it's still active. It doesn't say it's inactive; it says it's still active. And in fact, the actual one of the 2 reports that we set up for our clients, it was still active in the background, so we were still sending things, but we had no indication anywhere that anyone had requested for the reports to be deactivated. Like there was no automated requests submitted by the associate. There was no tickets from us to our warehouse, our data warehouse, if you will. There's or anybody else in our IT department who helps set these things up and disables them. So we're just like, what the heck is going on? You know, at some point somewhere, someone asked for this to be deactivated, but they never submitted a ticket. And when I say no one submitted a ticket, I mean really no one submitted a ticket. It seems like someone just went ahead and emailed someone and said, hey, can you deactivate this? And they didn't bother submitting any kind of a ticket or going through the appropriate channels or anything like that. But they only did one of the two reports, so we're thinking at this point, this thing should be discontinued. You know, we're still getting data from this client, but we're just not, you know. And I'm flabbergasted at this point. Like I want to know who dropped the ball, where, why, and how can we go about fixing this, you know? And my buddy who got me the job, who's training me on this specific section of our workflow, he's just like, well, this report has nothing to do with what I'm having you do. I said, yo, you're right, it has nothing to do with it, but at the same time, it does, because if this is disabled over here and was never requested to be disabled, then in all actuality, if that's disabled, then this should be disabled too. One would think if one goes, so should the other, generally speaking. It's very rare that we ever see this report that was still active remain active while the other report goes away. It's usually the other way around. Usually they'll keep the summary of what was sent to us. We send them back a summary, a breakdown of their information that they send to us, along with any error codes that our system may throw at out there and whatnot. And yes, there, you know, I'm like, look, generally we would see this the other way around. We would see this report stay and this one go, but this seems to have gone ahead and done the complete opposite. And at the same time, I can't see who, when, or why this ever happened. So I'm confused. You know, if this was done, you know, back in March, we still have time to go ahead and look into this. And so we got the guy who requested everything be set up to begin with. Well, technically, the guy who inherited it from the person who originally requested it, because he had actually requested submitted a request to actually react to make changes to this report that I still have active. And we're like, well, if it's active, there's nothing to change. Everything is exactly how you want it to be. So we canceled that ticket. And that was back in January. So I'm going 5 different ways from Sunday. It's like what's his name from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I'm like, see, this thing happens here, and then all this other things happen. It's how I was kind of looking at it. Hi, Skibby, how you doing? So yeah, we're it was a stressful last couple hours, but only because it didn't need to be in the first place. It was just an overall pain, and ultimately it boiled down to, hey, we just need to go ahead and request a deactivation on this. Okay, cool. So that's what, you know, I'm like, okay, well, I'll be the one to submit the deactivation request. It's no big deal. Get this done, get it out of the way. But yeah, so like I said, between that and the stuff that's going on in and around the house, that's the most stressful part of my life right now. You know, I'm slowly starting to think in the terms of, okay, we've had this small invasion by little furry, nasty little boogers. Get rid of them. Let's get the place cleaned up. Let's make the repairs we need to make. Let's get decluttered. Let's get the stuff out of the way. Keep only our essentials that we absolutely positively need. I swear to God, I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna kill it. Hang on, chat. I'll get back So yeah, I'm trying. My mind is going like 15,000 different places all at once, and it's usually not this chaotic in my head. But yeah, so I'm trying to just, uh, nights like these are great because I get to kind of unwind a little bit. Yes, there's still a glaring issue I still need to freaking deal with, but that is going to be something that I have to go ahead and deal with over the course of the next 2 days. Luckily, I don't think I have to go ahead and worry too much longer about it, if I can go ahead and get the things I need to get done tomorrow night. Alright, so chat, here's my plan. I am going to go ahead and do this row of 4. And if I still have enough thread, we'll do the row of 3. Or maybe we'll go ahead and actually switch out the. No, I think we'll switch out the thread on the next row. Just so that way we got just enough to do what we need to do, but at the same time we're gonna swap it out. Sure, let's go, Skybeat. What do you got? Honestly, I'm not 100% sure. You're told your fabric a joke. Nods and stitches. Hopefully your fabric doesn't get crossed with all those stitches. Alright, let's go ahead and swap that out. Because if your fabric does get crossed with all those stitches, then it'll likely end up in knots. Chat, can you give me just a moment? I'll be right back. Hang tight. All right, chat. Sorry for the wait there. Appreciate you guys being patient. We are back. Go ahead and get a drink here. Heard the message come down from helping getting the girls to sleep and tucking in the wee ones. Yeah, everything's good, bud. I was just going upstairs to talk to the wife real quick. Wanted to go ahead and make sure that I let her know that I'm just gonna need some help down here tomorrow night after we all get back from wherever we're running around. Yo! Blue Spyro! Thank you so much for the gifted subs! Let's go! Let's see. Nephilim Phoenix got one. Denarius99999 got one. Boyngston, one of our good friends, got one. Rock Otter got one. And Skybeat got one. Let's go! Those of you who are here in chat, make sure to thank your gifter. They did not have to do that, but they were being generous enough that they were being awesome and doing wonderful things. So please make sure you are dropping a follow, and yeah, awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, there we go. And you can even go ahead and use the one after that, and you get the animated version. Spyro, how are you doing this evening? How is everything going for you? All right. So for those of you who have not done cross stitch before, let me go ahead and explain what am I doing here. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and move this over so you can see what the heck I'm doing. Wrong way. There we go. All right. So what I'm doing here is we got a little bit of thread left over from what we were working with, and it's not going to be enough that I'm to do what I want to go ahead and continue doing. So I've swapped that out, and what I'm going to do in order to go ahead and marry this new thread with the old thread and continue on forward, we're going to go ahead and we're going to start down here. Hold on. We're going to start on down here. Right down here. At the bottom of the last full stitch, or last half stitch we did, technically. So we're going to go here. And then on this side, we're just going to go ahead and recreate that last stitch that we did. That's all we're doing. And then pull that on through, give ourselves a little bit of a tail, pull that in place. And we're gonna go ahead and loop stitch this in place. And that holds those two tails in place until we are satisfied and can clip off the excess. Daenerys, thank you very much for popping in and gifting, and thanking Blue Spyro for your gifted sub. I can talk, really, I can. All right, we're gonna go ahead and do this one here. Actually, I think two. Let me go ahead and cut this just right. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yo, what is going on, Super Wolf Leo? How is Leo doing, bud? Let's see. Who did what now? Let's see. Speaking of alerts, did you figure out the raid? No, it's still messed up. For some reason, I don't know if it's Twitch's into things or if something somewhere with Polypop is kind of goofed up. For some reason or another, it likes to go ahead and it seems like it's receiving two two raid notifications from Twitch. I don't know. So, but we have a Joker impression. Hello, kiddies, Joker here. Oh, I've also been asked to hydrate. Oh, bottoms up, Patsy. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Oh, look, we have a hype test.
Christmas candy makes mouth happy.
Oh, look at that confetti hype. Let's go. Choo choo. Choo choo. All right, hold on just a moment. Hold on. There's a lot of things going on right now. I'm just blaming Twitch. Well, Brock Harder, you can blame Twitch if you want to. Leo's over here like, I press all the buttons. What are you talking about?
This is actually the right way to eat a cinnamon
See?
roll. We start by unraveling it from the center. And
That is not the correct way to eat a cinnamon roll.
It's not the correct
That
way.
is not the way you're supposed to
No,
do it.
it's
That
not.
is some false-ass information about
False-ass
the cinnamon
information.
roll, and I don't appreciate it.
I don't appreciate
You have
it
all
either.
these goofy-ass children walking around eating the cinnamon rolls
The
the
wrong
wrong way.
way.
That is not correct information. You're supposed to eat the cinnamon roll like
this.
What the hell wrong with you?
What the hell wrong with you? What the hell is wrong with you, Leo? You know better than this. It's wonderful to see so many wonderful faces here tonight. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you again for the gifted subs. For all the channel point redemptions. For making me sound like the Crown or the Crown Prince of Crime. I'm always here lurking. I know. I just don't call you out. Yo, you haven't told me in a while. Oh, Will. Playing some Gotham Knights finally. Nice. Very nice. I got so far into the game and I put it down because the game is good. Don't get me wrong. There's just a lot of stuff to go ahead and do in the game. And a lot of there's other games that have come along and have grabbed my attention away from it. So I need to get back into playing it again. Oh, you got it from the Humble Bundle. Nice. Nice. All right. Oh, the whole Arkham series? Nice. Okay, stop. Get hooked to one another. There we go. Yeah, I saw that that was on sale. It was a lot of WB games, including the I think I saw was it MK11 or MK11 or MK1? aka MK12. Hold on.
Finish him! Mike, check. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, yeah. Wanted to make sure I had the right voice there. Finish him! You weak, pathetic fool.
Too easy. I thought Shang Tsung was a pain in the ass. Then we get to Mortal Kombat 2, and Shao Kahn over here making him look like Shang Tsung look like a. There you go. That's the word I was looking for. Wait, need to go ahead. Need to skip 2 on the back end here. Excuse me. Let's see. Whew. So that's 1, and then shoot. Oops! Almost pulled that out of there. I don't want to do that. Okay. What else I need? Down. So I need here. There. Yeah, a bunch of games. Exactly. Yeah. That voice is scary. Let me just say this real quick, Brock Otter. I need to bring my mic a little closer here. Hello, Brock Otter. Do you like scary movies? Like, no, I don't like scary movies. They make me poop my pants. We had went to school with this one chick who for some reason, you know, she heard me say that in class one day, and she's like, "Oh my god, that was too on point. Please don't ever do that again. It gives me the creeps." So every time I used to see her back in the day, I would just look at her and go, "Hello, Jane. Do you like scary movies?" And she's like, "Stop!" Like she seemed like she enjoyed it, but at the same time was spooked by it. I don't know. It was just one of those things. Wait. Oh, wait. Oh, I need to go over one more. I about botched that whole thing up, chat. There we go. Alright, so what we're going to do right now is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and switch over to the other scene so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Alright, so what we're getting ready to work on here now, chat, is we're going to start focusing on getting this part of Rainbow Heart Bear's paw, its left paw, start incorporating it with the outline. And I'm only going to go to roughly about here, I think. I'd like to go ahead and go a bit further, but at the same time, I don't know if I really want to. Like, I'm doing a lot just there. And then after I get all that done, I've still got to go ahead and go up here and start filling in some of this for the actual paw itself. So I'm trying to go ahead and look at this in the best way I can look at this, so I can plan this all out, essentially. So yeah. So we'll we're gonna go ahead and focus here on this. So what we're gonna work on here is we're gonna do this one, skip this one, do these three, and how we're doing this is we're doing this in half stitches. So what I mean by that is, we're gonna go through here, and we're gonna do. Oh, hold on a second. There we go. So we're gonna do. Just to go ahead and show you guys what I'm talking about here. We're gonna do a half here, a half here, a half here, a half here. So we're skipping this one right here. This is gonna be left blank because we're gonna come back and fill that in with the DMC 553. So we're doing these with the 552. So we'll skip that. Actually, when we do skip that, this is gonna change from. Oops. It's actually going to change those from that way to this way. Oh. There we go. And then when I get to here, I'll turn around and go back the opposite direction, filling those ones in. And when I get back to here, I'll skip back over on this one, and then complete this one. There, and that'll complete that, and then we'll come over here, drop down to here, do these two, skip one, do these three, and then back, and then we're just gonna keep on doing that until we reach roughly about where the head essentially meets the shoulders, so right there at the neck area, if you will. If you want to go ahead and call that their neck. it's a neck-ish kind of thing. It's the separation between the head and the shoulders, okay? That to me would be the neck area. Neck of sorts, exactly, right. Alright. Let's go ahead and get back over here to our crafting scene and get back to it. Here we go. Okay. So there's the one half. I really wish this thing can get closer so you can see what I'm doing. One. Two. We're gonna sort of focus in on that area right there. Yeah. We'll just focus there. It's fine, chat. Okay. Over. Go here, and then I can immediately go over one. Down here for that one. Again, skip over one. And one more here. Oh, up, up, up. Yep. Adjust our slack a little bit here. And speaking of Mortal Kombat earlier, I will be getting the Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection. Yes, I know I already have the games on MAME, but I would like to have, I'd like to go ahead and have them have the arcade ports available on a console. So I'm gonna look into getting it on for the Switch. Don't worry about it, Brock Otter. I'm with you there, Bubba. I am right there with you. I'm not sure how long I'm gonna stay up for, but we're gonna try. All right, so our blank spot is moving over one. All right, chat, show you kind of where we are now. So that's where we're heading to next. So when we come out of here, I may actually go ahead and have to do this one in full before I move over here and do this one. Because of where I'm coming. Yeah. So I'm gonna have to come down here, unless I go catty corner, which I really don't want to go to catty corner. So what we'll do is build this. We'll do this cross stitch, this box, if you will, in full. And now we can go ahead and continue on. That there. There. Again, just as a reminder, guys. Again, for the regarding the gifted subs, all monetary gains from the channel go directly back into whatever campaign we're running at the time that I get a payout from Twitch. So, so you right now are currently helping out Starlight Children's Foundation. If we end up getting a payout between now and next month. If the payout doesn't happen until the beginning or sometime around October, then we will likely be helping out with Able Gamers. I'm not sure if this is going to be the last year I'm going to help out with Able Gamers or not. I'd like to go ahead and get more information from them. I'd like to get to more new videos and that kind of thing, but there's not really been a whole lot of movement. I want to keep supporting them. They do such a wonderful job of helping out people who are disabled. Gain access to controllers and peripherals that best suit their disability, or the needs of their disability, I should say. And like I said, I think I would just like to see some more. Oh. Remember, chat. You get a knot. Don't worry about it. Just there you go. Pull it through. You're good to go. Yeah. I want to go ahead and see them be able to do more, or be able to go ahead and provide some new information, new data. I know that I heard that that Able Gamers was working to create another Xbox adaptable controller, but instead of for Xbox, I think they're trying to go ahead and put it out for the Switch, which would be great if they're able to go ahead and pull that off, because the Switch is a nice versatile system in itself. So having a controller that can be mapped to all the buttons of the Switch and essentially act like a pro controller, but in various different button layouts and whatnot, I think it'd be great. But yeah, I want to see if we can't find more info, get new videos of how they've helped out others around the states, and yeah, just see what kind of good we can do for those who are disabled and just looking to become gamers or get back into gaming, since they're since their disability took hold, and made it so that they couldn't be enjoy the things that they loved. So I think that's probably where I'm kind of at with that whole thing. And at the same time, we've been trying to help out able gamers for the past 8-9 years, however long we've been doing this for, and it seems like we're not connecting, I guess, with them. So I might go ahead and we might go ahead and still support able gamers, but it may not be on a yearly basis, maybe an every other year thing. Maybe this year, being the last year where we help annually. But I think next year maybe we'll either go ahead and take a break during the month of October, where we don't do any fundraising at all. We just have some fun and just hang out and not have to worry about me bugging you guys for money. Especially seeing how we're that close to Christmas. I get that can be kind of daunting. So if I'm ever hounding you guys for funds for our campaign, just remember it's never a requirement. It's always there on the table if you want to donate. It helps out wonderful organizations that don't screw over the folks who donated. The money always goes to exactly where they say it's supposed to go. And the great thing is that we use Tiltify, which means that as soon as the money is been donated, the money is immediately available for the charity organization to pull from should they need it right then and there. So that's great. So that's something that I really like, and I think that if we can go ahead and really try to rally the troops and get that number that you see up there. I mean, right now, the personal campaign's at 0 for this new campaign now, and we just started this 15 days ago. I would like to go ahead and see us hit at least $1,000 on this campaign if possible. But again, I can't get blood from a rock. There's many factors that come into play, and I get it. I get that so much. So again, if you guys don't have the money, please don't feel obligated to donate. If you got bills that you got to pay, if you got other things you got to do, take care of that first. We can come to back to this later on. I make mention of able gamers though, again, because of the fact, like I said, I don't think that we're connecting as well with that charity as we have been with either St. Jude or Extra Life or Starlight or even Stack Up, right? Stack Up is one where we help out veterans, and who doesn't want to help out veterans, especially through the power of video games. That's even better. So, but yeah, so we're gonna look into maybe going ahead and either taking a break next October, or maybe go ahead and support another organization for that year, and then the following year we'll come back and we'll support able gamers again. Just kind of, we're gonna try to go ahead and change things up a little bit, because again, I don't want to go ahead and kind of keep doing the same thing all the time. Like it's good to do the same thing all the time and have a routine, but at the same time, it does tend to get stale after a while. So I gets it. All right, so this one's gonna be free. Skip 1, do 2. Got me again. All right. I guess I'm gonna have to go put a band-aid on this thing. Maybe. It's not bleeding a lot. Chat, the best thing about or the best way to make sure you don't stab yourself, keep the the finger that you stab yourself with out of the way. Ugh. I was looking at that going, wait a minute, something's not right there. Guys, don't forget to join the Discord. It's a quiet Discord. You know, we don't talk a whole heck of a lot in there. I do tend to go ahead and post things like you know, if I know with enough advanced warning when a Nintendo Direct is going to happen. I've been focusing more on the main directs than I have the indie world or the third party directs, or partner showcases they call them. But you know, we tend to go ahead and post about those, about when they're going to go live, and then you know, if I was busy throughout the day and I didn't get a chance to watch the actual direct during my work hours, then we'll watch the direct at the beginning of the stream, and we'll talk about a little bit more about, you know, what we saw on the stream, on the direct, what our hype level is for each of the games we saw. Just try to get an overall feeling of what's going on, and get a good discussion going, you know. What's kind of funny though is I saw a post that Tekken 8 is coming to the Switch too. I thought, oh great, that's just what I need. My wife is gonna want to go ahead and break out her old controller and try to kick my butt in Tekken. we mentioned earlier about about Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection. When Mortal Kombat 9, the original reboot of the series, when that one came out, when that game came out, it was shortly after a Super Street Fighter 4, and when Super Street Fighter 4 came out, there was a lot of people who ended up going and getting the hoary arcade fighting sticks. Some that were actually Street Fighter 4, or Super Street Fighter 4. Some that were you know, custom made. And then MK9 came out, and they're like, "Hey, guess what? We're gonna provide you with your own arcade stick." This thing was made the other arcade sticks that others were getting look tiny. Like, those other ones looked tiny in comparison. This thing was massive. It had a pillow on the bottom of the damn thing because it was made out of the same material that an actual arcade cabinet is made out of, like thick board. And I loved it. You know, I've got this giant freaking arcade stick, and I'm going to town on it. I got my friends with their Super Street Fighter 4 sticks. Again, this is all on the Xbox the Xbox 360, and we're just going to town. My wife, she wanted to have an arcade stick too. She went out and got was it Tekken 6? I think it was. I think it was Tekken 6 at the time. Tekken 5 or Tekken 6, one of the two. Hers was a wireless. All of ours had to be hooked up via wired connection. Hers was wireless. And it was even smaller in comparison to the rest of ours. We had fun. We had fun back in those days. Kicking each other's asses in Mortal Kombat and in Tekken. Oh, I had so much fun back in those days. Okay, so yeah, so here we already did the 3, so here we're doing the 2s. 2, skip 1, then 3. We had a ton of fun back in those days. There was also something that me and my friends used to do. We were hang on for me just a second, chat. Making sure that I've got this right. Yep, good. It's 2. One of the other things that we did back in the day is me and a buddy of mine, we would play a game called Tetris Attack. It would later be known as Puzzle League. But initially, the game was released in Japan under the name of oh, doggone it. See, Doki Doki Panic was the name of Super Mario 2. I'm gonna lose it now. I can't remember what the name of the game was. Hold on. Let's see. Panel de Pon, that's what it was. Panel de Pon was the name of the game in Japan, and then when they brought it here to the States, it was reskinned, very much like Doki Doki Panic was for, very much like Super Mario Brothers 2 US was for Doki Doki Panic. Tetris Attack was reskinned as a Yoshi-based game, a Yoshi's Island, if you will, based a game, so that way it completely skipped the entire story of trying to have to translate Japanese to English. So yeah, so that was kind of how that all fell through. But we used to go ahead and play Tetris Attack, and we would get it to the point of where we would cause the system to have an absolute conniption fit and slow down to the point of where we had more time to go in, manipulate all of the blocks that we wanted to manipulate in order to go ahead and allow for the trash block that eventually when everything would fall, it would get knocked into a situation where the trash block would get lower, and you get some new panels that you can use to get the remaining block knocked down and moved and sent over to your opponent. And whenever we would get to that point, we would literally yell at each other we are not afraid. And we would just send more trash to the other person on their screen, and it was another one of those fun things. And we tried to go ahead and do the same thing on the N64 when they retooled the game again into Pokemon Puzzle League. We never did get a chance to try our hand at performing the same thing with the DS version of actually, I'm sorry, it wasn't the DS version, it was the Game Boy Advance version of it, and at that point they took out, they stripped it of the Pokemon side of things and just went with just Puzzle League. Okay, let's see. We need to go. No, this might be. No, let's go ahead and do what we're doing. I hate to go catty corner on the back end, but in this case, it's a warranted thing. All right, so here's the cool thing, chat. We don't have to go ahead and do any more breaks. We're at that point now where this break in the section of the low lights, if you will, has ended, and we can continue on down until the crease of the neck here. And then when we get to that point, we can go ahead and stop there for the time being. And then what we'll do is we'll come back up here and get this bit, and at least down to, say, maybe right there. I want to put a little girl saw the devil. They're the devil, chat. All right. I'm thinking what I want to do here is I'm just gonna go ahead and put a red X there. Oh, I can't put a red X there because okay. I'll put a red X right here. So we're just gonna go ahead and we're gonna put the red X's right there just to indicate that's where we're gonna stop on the paw. This is so that way we can start working our way back in with the 553 color. Get that all filled in to the paw. You're also going to need to do the what's that? That's 209. Yeah, it's 209. So we'll also have to go ahead and fill in the 209 highlights there on the paw too. Thinking about it right now. So yeah, so we'll go ahead and keep on going to the crease of the neck, and then we'll start working on jumping back up here to the paw and kind of going from there. Okay. All right, so let's see. Go ahead and jump back down over here. We just got here. Okay. Right in here. So we've got 1, 2, 6. 6 to do. Okay. Just making sure I have enough room there. Now, again, the reason why I went ahead and I marked those spots red on the paw, that's just to go ahead and indicate where we're stopping. Um, and um, when we get to that point, I'll change them back to the 552 color. I might leave at least one of them red though, just so that way I know that it was a stopping point, and then I need to go ahead and come back to that spot. And when we do, we'll go ahead and return that back to its original color. All right. Let's get that there. We're gonna have fun though tomorrow, although it's gonna be hot as hell. But we're gonna have some fun tomorrow. Kids have got a like a back to school event kind of thing happening with our school district and our local city's kids association. Um, they're putting on kind of a this big back to school thing where kids can come, they can see the police, canine units and that kind of thing. Oh, half that row's now done. My goodness. You know, chap, after talking for a while, you tend to get a little parched. I'm gonna give me a drink here after I'm done with this row. thought for sure we were gonna end up down there, but does not look like it happened. Okay. Let's see. 1, 2, 5. 2 that came in 2. Okay, so that's 5. Then we're gonna do another row of 6 after that, and then a row of 5 beneath that. Okay. Sorry, chat. Just wanted to go ahead and see where I was in comparison to everything else. Chat. One of the things I happened to see online today, and I don't know how I'm gonna feel about it. So it looks like that. It looks like the folks at Paramount are working on coming out with a Last Ronin movie and subsequently a video game. And both of the characters and when I say The Last Ronin, I'm talking about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: The Last Ronin. That storyline. The way that it looks like it is based on like the Michelangelo, who if you guys know the story, quick spoiler alert, by the way. If you've never read the comics or know anything about The Last Ronin, now's your time to plug your ears, go la 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 la, or just mute me for the next like 3 minutes or so. So with The Last Ronin, the storyline is that sometime after Splinter's passing, Shredder finally goes ahead and achieves some of his goals and taking out 3 of the 4 turtles. And the last remaining turtle has picked up all of their weapons and has basically went into hiding, worked his butt off, learning all the other weapons, becoming the last known surviving ninja of his family, essentially. A la Scorpion, after his family was killed in front of him before he was then killed himself. But anyways, it looks like that the art style that they're going with is based off of the newer TMNT movies. The ones where the turtles are like 8 feet tall. Like I liked it when the turtles were shorter than April. You know, April was almost 6 foot herself. We're talking like 5'5" turtles, you know. Like they weren't much taller or shorter than Irma in the cartoon. Yeah, in this specific case, I think they oversized them. Personally, anyway, so it looks like that, like I said, that it's based off of that specific version of the turtles. I'm not 100% behind it. You know what I mean? Like it bugs me that they're going with that art style versus how the turtles looked in the comic series. But I mean, I guess you could say that would be. It could very well go ahead and work if they're going to go ahead and tie this into that specific series, because that would then make it that would the Last Ronin movie, even if they go ahead and split it into parts, technically speaking, the parts as a whole would still be considered the third movie in that version of the Turtles, to make it a full trilogy. Because that version of the Turtles only had 2 movies. So, I mean, so again, that's just my take, and take it as you will. It doesn't mean that I'm not going to see it, or I'm not going to play the game. I will say that it looks like that it might very well be a PlayStation exclusive for at least the first year before they bring it over to the Switch, or try to bring it to PC. Now, I will also go ahead and say though that when it comes to the Last Ronin, you definitely don't want the Last Ronin looking like our good old Saturday morning TMNT, right? While that TMNT will always hold a special place in my heart because of it being the very first variation of the Turtles that I had seen. Like I didn't actually read the original comics prior to seeing the cartoon. Okay, let's see where. 4 up on the neck. Okay. Right. So I just need to go down. Just need to go down. Go. But no, I was going to say, I don't think that the Last Ronin should look like the 80s/90s Turtles. I think that if anything, I think it should look like they should look like the original TMNT movie Turtles. Yeah, get Jim Henson's Creature Shop back in there. Um, you know, they did an amazing job on the first two movies. I know the third one kind of flopped. But you know, but I saw something move out of the corner of my eye. I was like, chat, hold on. No, we are good. We are good. The other night I was telling you guys how my wife was super excited to find that one of the nail art artists that she follows, that her and the girls used to watch at night before, uh, as they were heading off to sleep and whatnot. Um, Apparently she's gonna be in town for I think it's some sort of an expo. All right, so let's see, 1, 2, 3, right. I might be able to get all three of these rows before I run out of thread. We'll see. Getting kind of low as it is. Definitely going to need to go ahead and swap over to a new thing of thread here very soon. Right now, chat, we are playing Thread Chicken. Welcome to this episode of Thread Chicken Z. On the last episode, it was a strong fight between Seawas Rockstar and the Thread Chicken. Thanks to some quick-witted moves by Rockstar, he was able to overcome Thread Chicken's threat, and the day was saved. Find out today if Rockstar can get past the dreaded Thread Chicken's onslaught. All this and more on Thread Chicken Z. Exactly, Sky. I knew that would actually get and pull someone out of lurk. Alright, so let's see, chat. I feel that Thread Chicken is a DC villain. Why do I say DC villain? Because I should say a DC comic or even a Marvel comic villain. Comic villains you don't kill off. You kill them off, and you have no more story until you come up with a brand new enemy. Movie variations would not fare very well, unfortunately. They not only get defeated, but they get completely annihilated to the point of where they don't come back. Oh, but we're not gonna go ahead and dump that much money into this movie or into this franchise. It's just a one-off. Why not kill off the characters? We're morons, that's why. All right, I was gonna go ahead and go into the neck, but I think I'm gonna stop right there. All right, there we go. Tie that off there, and we're good for that section. All right, so now our best bet, like I said, is to go ahead and start from here and switch back over to the main for just a moment. We'll start right here, work our way up, and then we'll do the same thing. We'll just keep on working our way up from there. And then when we get done with this part, we'll stop. Like I said, we'll stop at this point right here. That will be a nice even stopping point, just from where we started from. And given how much time we have left, which we should be able to go ahead and get through most of this. If we still have enough time left, we'll go ahead and switch over to the 209, get these. And then that might be a good stopping point for the night. And then after that, we'll come back in here and we'll start filling back in the DMC 553 until we get until we decide that we got everything that we wanted to go ahead and fill in. Maybe what we'll do is we'll fill in as much as we can. We're gonna probably have to go ahead and do this in sections too. At the very least, I think I want to go ahead and get down to the top of the paw. Just so that way that part's done, and then we can go ahead and flip back over here to this side and fill in the back paw and the wrist and part of the arm and whatnot. Maybe we keep on going. I don't know yet. The big thing, though, that I've got to make sure that I do is I want to make sure that I get an idea of how many down and how many over from the bottom of the mouth I need to go for this part of the head. Because once I know that, then I can go ahead and get that filled in. It might very well be an issue where I need to go ahead and extend this out a little bit. I'm not sure. But we're not doing too terribly bad right now, chat. Let me go ahead and do this. I'm going to take a quick break. Good on drink, but I do want to go ahead and quickly go use the restroom, check on my wife, see how she's doing upstairs, see if she needs any help with anything real quick before I get set in on what we're gonna get doing next. At the very least, I say we have about anywhere from 2 to 3 hours, 4 maximum. I'm gonna aim for round 2 to 3. Only because again I still have I have quite a bit I gotta go ahead and do tomorrow. So if you guys can hang tight, don't go away, and we'll be back in just a few short minutes. All right, chat, we are back. Sorry for the wait there. Appreciate you being patient. Let's watch a video, and we'll be right back to talk a little bit more about how you guys can help out the wonderful kids at a Starlight Hospital near you. Let's watch Kyrell's story.
Kyrell's story. I was working a lot. I was coming home late. I never got to see them grow up. Until he was diagnosed with cancer. When the doctor walked in and told me, we found one cancer cell in the microscope. And that's all it took. That changed everything. The hospital wasn't fun for Kai until they introduced Starlight Children's Foundation. The nurse came in and brought in we. You could see in their faces like, oh, okay, or we have something to do. He didn't feel like a patient. I'm grateful that there are so many good people out there who is willing to give their time, their effort for children like my son.
And there we go, guys. Kyrell is one of many kids who have benefited from a Starlight Children's Foundation hospital, or one of the network hospitals within Starlight Children's Foundation's network, I should say. Their overall goal again is just to do what they can to make kids happy, to make them forget about why they're in the hospital to begin with, to give them just to let them be a kid, because when kids have things to do like playing video games or board games or playing with toys or interacting with other kids, for any reason other than just being in the hospital, they're 9 times out of 10 going to heal faster, meaning they can get out of the hospital that much quicker and lower the cost of care for their parents. It's basically lower the cost of the bill that the parents will end up getting at the end of everything. Case in point would be even like my very own daughter, who we had issues with her it was her white blood cell count. No, she had an issue where one of the cells, the count was low, and because that count was low, that caused a normal bruise to look like someone had beat her up one side and down the other with a frying pan or something, like it looked bad. And it was funny. My mom even made that joke that, it looks like your parents are beating up on you. I'm surprised that your mom and dad haven't received a phone call from school yet asking what's going on. And like clockwork, that very Monday after she said that, sure as hell, we get a phone call, or at least my wife did. And they're like, look, we're not in the position of accusing anybody of doing any wrongdoing anymore. That is not what we're here to do. One, we want to make sure that we want to see if you've had a chance, see how this kind of happened, and then maybe provide you with some options as to what it might very well be. It was a blood platelet count. That's what it was. So anyway, so we explained to her, yeah, she had an accident there at school where she fell or something like that. I can't remember. It's been a while now. But she'd gotten hurt, and um, so there was that. And then there was also where I think she ended up going too fast and ran into the wall or something, and ended up getting a bruise on her leg, which at the time was a nice small bruise, and then it grew out of control. And so yeah, we explained to them what happened, and they're like, okay, that checks out as to, you know, as to what we thought it might have been. Again, not accusing you of any wrongdoing, but you know, we wanted to go ahead and make sure we had some sort of an idea of what was going on. And then two, have you taken her to your pediatrician or to the hospital? And we're like, well, no, we didn't really think of anything of it, because, you know, yeah, she gets bruises, and she's a kid, she's gonna get bruises. And they're like, well, given the size of the bruise, it is concerning. You know, this is one of those kinds of bruises where we think it might be in your best interest to take your little one to the hospital, to your pediatrician, see what they think, and there's a good chance that you may need to actually go to the hospital, because what may be happening is there may be an issue with your little one's health. Like, okay, well, you know, we can't go against, you know, sound advice. So we took them up on that. We went and we saw our pediatrician, and sure enough, they're like, yeah, let's go ahead and send you on up to Nationwide Children's Hospital. I will go ahead and order a blood test to be done. And we'll check out her all the things with her blood, and see what's going on. You know, maybe this is an issue with this, or maybe it's an issue with that. Most likely, it's an issue with her blood platelet count, and we'll just kind of we'll determine what needs to happen from there. So they went ahead and they went to one of the they went to the Nationwide Children's Hospital. They had the test done, and you know, they didn't actually get in to have the test done until, like, they left at like 8 o'clock. They didn't get the test actually done until like midnight, and then it took at least another hour and a half for them to finally say, okay, we're gonna go ahead and keep her overnight, because what they found was that her blood platelet count was much lower than what it needed to be. Now, while she was stuck in the hospital, they gave her things to do. They gave her toys to play with, arts and crafts stuffs to do. And then when I took the day off, and went into when I went to go in and see how she was doing, you know, she wanted to know if we could go to the playroom, and I said, well, you know, if they think it's okay, then yeah, here in a little bit, after we go ahead and we have something to eat, then yeah, we can go to the playroom. And you know, we got into the playroom, and I don't remember if that playroom said if it was provided by Starlight, or if it was provided by the Ronald McDonald House or whomever. But you know, they have these different playrooms all throughout the hospital, and they're there to do exactly what Starlight has been doing since 1982, and that is, again, bringing kids together, or bringing the families together with their kids, and letting them have fun, you know, and that kind of thing. And yeah, we sat in there, we played for a good little bit, and then until it was time to head back for like a snack or whatever. So, excuse me. But yeah, so there we go. and that was kind of the cool thing with everything. So, but that's it's like I said, and that's not just the only time that my daughter's experienced Nationwide Children's Hospital as a Starlight network hospital. When she was younger, she tried to get up onto the couch, fell down, and broke her collarbone. Um, and I was streaming on that night. I remember that clearly because she let out a scream like she was getting killed. Poor thing. But yeah, she had to go get her put into like a vest sling, if you will, and while she was at the hospital getting that taken care of, she had they gave her a baby doll to play with, and when she went to go give it back to so she can come home, the nurses were like, "No, that's hers to keep." And I'm like, "Really?" They're like, "Yeah, that's hers to go ahead and play with and keep as a present for being such a good patient, kind of thing." so it was really cool of them to go ahead and do that. So again, that's why I support Starlight, because they have helped out my family multiple times now. Again, not just with the oldest, but also with the youngest when she was sick. So we've got a good place in our heart for Nationwide Children's Hospital, for Starlight Children's Foundation, and all the folks who help support other Starlight network hospitals. So there we go. All right, chat. Let's go ahead and get the music back on here. Let's get back into getting this squared away. Where do my... There it is. Okay. And I need a new thing of 552. One, two, three. Got that right there. That back up there. All right, chat. So if you've not been here before, you've never seen me do this. Let me explain a little bit about your embroidery floss. Okay. And I also need to go ahead and talk a little bit about the Ada cloth too. So, when it comes to the medium that you're working with, in this case, Ada cloth, when you're dealing with this, you need to go ahead and take into account how the count of the Ada cloth. So, if you are working with an 11, the holes are going to be bigger. They're going to be further apart, and you're going to probably need more thread, and a bigger needle. It's all kind of based on this right here. This is a wonderful little spreadsheet that gives you guys kind of an overview of what you're going to need. So if, let's say, for instance, you're working with an 11 account, like I was just talking about, let's go ahead and say that the pattern is 300 by 190. That's a pretty big piece with an 11 count. You're going to need a size 22 needle, strands for stitching. You're going to need 3. It says back stitching is 2. I'm still not 100% understanding the back stitch side of things, so I ignore the back stitch side and just go with what I got here. So in this specific case, we're working with an 18 count Ada cloth, and we are working with a 28 needle size, and we are using 2 strands for stitching. So this here, what we're working with here, this is the strand of of embroidery floss comes in 6 threads, or strands, if you will. The single thread comes in 6 strands. All right, and what we want to do is we want to go ahead and take this and we want to pop it right on its little head to go ahead and separate out the strands as best as we can. When we find 2 that are together, we're going to go ahead and isolate those 2, and we're going to go ahead and just pull that away from the rest of it. Try to go slow enough to where it doesn't start what's the word I'm looking for here? Turning in on itself. And when your arm span gets to be too long and you can't take your arms out anymore, put one side down, put the other side down, then make your way back towards the middle and pull apart. All right, so we got our 2 strands that we need. We're gonna take the other 4 strands we have left behind. We're gonna put them off to the side, out of the way. All right, so we've got our 2 strands that we're gonna use. I've already pre-threaded my thread helper. So our thread helper's already pre-threaded and ready to roll. All I gotta do is slide this into the eye of the thread helper. Pull that on through just a wee bit, not too much. Then, holding the end of the thread helper where the eye connects to the actual metal bit there, hold that in place. Pull your needle forward, like you're gonna take it off of the thread helper, like you're gonna unthread it, and just pull that on through. As soon as you see that the shorter end of the thread is almost through the eye of your needle, you're gonna go ahead and bring your finger around, holding the main bit of the thread in place. Continue pulling through until the rest of the thread is through the eye of the thread helper, and then there you go. All you gotta do now is adjust to your desired slack. There we go. That's a good spot right there. And you are set. Now, the next order of business is to find where we started from over here, this little peninsula, if you will. And I'm going to go over to the left 2 spaces. Actually, excuse me. I'm going to go over 1 space. And that right there is going to be where we're going to start from. Now, I've got this move pushed through the front side. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pull it through the back so I can see where it's coming out from. So I know where to put it where I need to go moving forward. So, here's the plan. Given that we have more I have more going up and down than I do going back and forth, I'm going to go ahead and focus on this on the side like I'm doing right now. So I'm going to go ahead and do this column like it's a thread, or not a thread, excuse me, do this column like it's a row. So we're going to do this one, and so we'll do these two stitches here in full, and then we'll go ahead and do these forward and back in the Danish style. So what we're doing again, half stitches all the way through and then back on our return. And when we get back to here, then that means we can pop right up here and do the same thing. Do these 3 in full, and then do the rest of these in halves, forward and back. Move up 1, and just do the same thing. We're just going to keep on doing that until we reach until we reach say right around, we'll say right around here. And when we reach right around there, we'll flip it back around and we'll finish going in rows that way. Once we've completed this, we can then move over to this section and start working there. Now, because of the giant disconnect from this to there, I'm not going to stretch the thread out to go from here back down to here. So we'll just, when we get to this point, we'll just tie it off. Actually, we'll probably end up going ahead and tying it off over here. Once we tie that off, though, we'll go ahead and pop on down here, and then we'll just kind of work this one cross stitch box at a time. Only because we've got just little onesie twosies here, onesie twosie threesies, until we get to about this point, and then we can probably go ahead and move forward with the full forward and back. Maybe what we'll do is we'll go ahead and do this one full, do these two full, if you will, do this one full, do these forward and back, drop down, do this forward, and back, maybe go down here to this point, forward, back, and when we get back to this point, we continue going backwards to finish up that list, or that part of the say I'm visualizing where I want to go with this whole thing, so that way I know where I need to be when everything's said and done. So, all right, here we go. I need to do, oops, focus over here on this part. Gonna work on this here, so I need to do 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, okay, 8 up. Let me get this, let me get this set in place here. Now again, chat, these first a couple we're going to do as full. So this will be the English style, where what I mean is by that, or by full, is that we do the full cross stitch before we move forward. And then we do the Danish style from there, which we're doing half stitches through the entirety of the row, or in this case column. Not what I intended to do. There we go. Now I can cut the excess off. Alright, excess is out of the way. Alright, so let's see. We did 1, 2, now it'll be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 4. Five. 6. 7. And 8. Back the opposite direction. Oh. Sometimes, chat, you may experience a situation where things get a little tangled up. Don't panic. Calmly go in and look at the situation, see what happened. Y'all set. Right. Up 1, or in this case, over 1. Okay. Here we're going to do 3 full. One. Two. Oh. That's 3 right there. Okay, so now gotta do 5 up. There. Now here we can go ahead and go back to our Danish style, where again we're just doing half stitches. 1, 2, E, 4, and then 5. Now you're wondering why I'm doing part of it is full and part of it as Danish style, or I should say, part of it is English style versus part of it is Danish. The reason for that is because I'm setting myself up so that way when we get back to the start of the when we get back to the start of the of where we started doing the Danish style, it'll allow us to flow right into the next row, or in this case, column. Okay. And here's how you can go ahead and tell the Danish from English style, chat. Give it a second here. So if you look here real closely at this section here, you're going to see how... Go ahead and get that put right here. So you see how instead of going up and down on these here, how we have one that's going perpendicular to that of the other. That's how you can go ahead and tell that I've gone ahead and I've done these 3, if you will, in a full or English style. So you'll have one there, another one there, and then another one there. So that counts as 1, 2, and 3 that we did, and the rest of the 5 are all done in single up and downs. And again, when we get back to the start of where we started doing the Danish style, where we'll come out at, we'll just be able to go ahead and go down, or in this case up, however you want to go ahead and perceive it, to the next row. There we go. So now, over here. And again, we're going to do 3 full, and then 3 forward and back. So that's why we can go ahead and go right back here, do the same thing. But this will actually end up doing all 4 of these Danish style, forward and back, and up. That one will do full, and then here we'll do these forward and back, up. That one in full, then these 3 forward and back. So yeah, we got this, Chad. We got this. All right, so it said 3 full. Okay. Uh-oh. I don't think I was supposed to go there, chat. Oh. Now, chat, this is going to be one of those rare moments where I'm going to have to go ahead and unthread the needle. Thread out. And we'll pull this back through. Alright. That was right. Oh, wait, no, I don't. I see what I did wrong. Okay. I think I see. I think I see what I did wrong. We'll see if I'm right in my theory. What in the world? Okay. Let's see where I went wrong, chat. I think where I went wrong is I tried going too far over. Let's try. There we go. Yep, I'd gone over one too far. Come on. Again, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and go over instead of up and down. That allows us to move forward. All right, and there is 3. So now we're gonna go ahead and do 3 Danish. All right, there's the 3 we needed to do. Now, turn stitching. All right, these 4 next that we're gonna do are gonna be straight up Danish style. Chad, thanks again for being here. Again for the gift subs and for all the love that today. It's been a wonderful day. Even if there was a bit of a stressful element to it today, I appreciate all y'all. All right. Now we're just gonna go ahead and go this way here. So Now we're working on this one here. We're doing 5 instead of 4. Here in a minute, chat, we'll go ahead and take a moment to look at all the stuff that you guys have been doing off stream. Oh, I forgot to take another damn picture. Oh well. One. Whoops. Hot dog, okay. What did I do wrong? Oh, nuts. It's okay, chat. It's okay. I can still actually fix this. Yeah. So, what I did here is I forgot that I needed to do. I'll go ahead and switch back over here so you guys can see. So I forgot that when I was here, I needed to do this one in full before moving forward. So what I ended up doing is I did one half all the way through and all the way back, but instead of doing another up and down to complete this one before moving forward, I just went ahead and since I was already here on the back end of things, I just went ahead and moved up. So when I come out here, I'll be able to go ahead and get all of these here. I'll start with this one and do a full, and then do these 3 forward and back before moving up. And doing the same thing. Right, that's one. Two. There's three. Alright, do the same thing here with this row. We'll do this row. And this row. And then maybe what we'll do is we'll do this one. And then we'll go forward and back this way. Pop up, forward and back. Tie it off, and then head down here to this side. Alright, so... let's see. Choose your destiny.
She said you liar, said you wasn't drinking, showed up stumbling, weeping, hiding from your demons. You paint a picture, tortured, broken victim, expect me to stay with you, 'cause I can't stand that feeling of being alone. I miss you when you're gone. Same old sad song, so let's just sing along. Don't drag me down.
Two. And then three.
She started crying, said that she was leaving, had it up to here, sinking in the deep end. I'm on my knees, yeah, begging for forgiveness. Baby, please stay with me, 'cause I can't stand that feeling. I'm so alone, I miss you when you're gone. Same old sad song, so let's just sing along. Don't drag me down to the bottom and drown, to the bottom and drown. Drag me down.
Alright, we're going to switch back here to normal mode here. Doing everything on its side, which is really helpful when you are dealing with columns versus rows. So you can just essentially make the columns into their own rows and work them that way. If you treat them the same way.
Same old sad song, so let's just sing along. I'm so alone, I miss you when you're gone. Same old sad song, so let's just sing along. Don't drag me down to the bottom and drown, to the bottom and drown.
All right, so we did these two. We're now gonna go ahead and do these 5. It's 2. 3. 4. And 5. Back the other way. Four. And 5. All right, chat. One more row here. Gotta go 8 from where we are. Excuse me, chat. That was 126. Okay. Doing good. We're doing good. Seven and 8. need to go ahead and adjust our slack here. Do another tie off. Okay. Takes care of that. Now comes the fun part. From this one down. 1, 2, 3. There's 1, 2. Starting. A lot of these we're going to probably have to go ahead and do in full. So, let's see. Well, that didn't work. You know why, chat? Because I'm a dummy. A few rare times when I eyeball it, think I have it, and it don't. Ends up being that I don't have it. There we go. Now it should be good. All right, let me go and cut off access from our entry point there. Usually I like to go ahead and do 3, but in this case 2 is going to be fine. Just got done doing that bit. Let's go ahead and switch over to that. Okay. That's good. Wait a second here, chat. Go ahead and get a drink. Do a little stretch real fast. Chat, if you haven't had a chance to stretch, definitely do yourself a favor. Just stretch them back muscles. You need to stand up and stretch your legs too. Do that. Okay. That'll do. That'll do. That'll do. Okay. Ah, oh, son of a gun. No one told me I was on the wrong screen. Oh, look at it, chat. I'm sitting here doing my thing. Oh my goodness. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and do that there. And then we can do 3 forward and back. Wait a minute. That's not right. We're not supposed to be up there. One, two, three. Okay. Here we're going to go ahead and do 2 full and then 4 forward and back. All right, so we got our 2 full. Now we're getting 4 forward and back. All right, 43. Okay. Making good time. Making good time. All right. This next part is gonna be a little weird. So here's how I perceive how we're gonna do this. So technically we should be doing this row first, but we have a row above that. So I'm gonna do this one in full. This guy right here. We're gonna do him in full. And then after we do that one in full, we're gonna pop up here. Do these forward and back, then drop down. Hold on a second. I want to make sure I see what I did so far. Yeah, okay, so I wanted to make sure I had that right. So yeah, we just did these 2 plus these 4 forward and back. Now we're gonna go ahead and do this one, just this one in full, and pop up here. These forward and back, drop down here. These forward, actually, these in full. These 2 forward and back. And then these 2, and then all these. Although it'd probably be best in this case to do this one in full. And then these 2, forward and back. Drop down, not to here, but down to here. And then I can go ahead and start going that one in full. Then all these forward and back. These 3 in full. Then these forward and back. Drop down. These 4 in full. Then these forward and back. These 2 in full. Then these forward and back. Yeah, we've got a pretty good understanding of what we're doing next. Pretty good understanding of what we're doing next. As long as my eyes will refocus, that's all. That's all I need, my eyes to refocus. Come on, guys. Okay, what's going on? What's going on over here? Sorry, chat. Just looking through a couple things here real quick. Okay. So yeah, so we'll do. Hang on here for me, chat. I got lost in my own shuffle here. Okay, so we just got done with this part. So I should be here. So, 6. Should be okay. Okay, so here. Seven. Okay. Over 7. Yo! Nest, how you doing? Long time no see. How's things? Thanks for the refollow. Did you get yourself a new screen name or a new account altogether? Let's count there. Let's see. 1, 2, 6, 7. Okay. And I'm on number 4. Okay. 3 more. Haven't been here for a few months. That's okay. Sometimes you don't have to unfollow. Sometimes it is it's a random Twitch thing that happens where sometimes you end up unfollowing. So, one more. Yeah, very good point, Nest. Yeah, so yeah, last time you were here, um, it was kind of up in the air as to what was happening with my previous job. And obviously, you can kind of tell by that phrasing that I am no longer with that company. Um, our parent company decided to end ties with all of us. Um, and deciding to do that, it put me out of a job. After close to 14 years. Actually, no, 14 years. If they'd gone ahead and waited a few more months, I would have had 15 years under my belt there. But you got there's a lot of moving parts in that whole thing, and it sucks, but it is what it is. Oop. So now I could hop on back. Yeah. And then from here. Alright, so these we're gonna have to go ahead and do in full, and then we can do 2 forward and back. So let's see. 1, 2, 6, 7 in full. And here we go. But yeah, so yeah, we all those of us who were not selected to continue on with the parent company decided that they were going to go ahead and let the rest of us go. They gave us some nice severance packages and whatnot, and it helped for a little while. But yeah, we were lucky though. I was one of the few lucky ones that was able to go ahead and land on my feet. I had a friend reach out and says, "Hey, I heard that your guys' company went belly up. Have you found anything yet? Do you want a job? I could use someone right away. I just need you to fill out a resume and send it in." I'm like, all right, cool, do it. So we are lucky that we were able to land a job, and we're doing good. Doing good. and I will say this: this job is a little bit more, what's the word I'm looking for here? It's a wee bit more brain intensive. There's a lot of information that you have to learn with this specific job. Um, More so than what the previous job was. Like the previous job, oh my god, my previous job was, for the most part, a piece of cake. This job, still somewhat of a piece of cake, but there's a lot more knowledge that I need to have. So it's a big learning curve for me because I've never dealt with the type of stuff that we're dealing with. But I mean, it is what it is. So landed, but looking okay. That's cool. Uh, yeah, I know with mine. Yeah, no, I got you. I got what you meant. I got what you meant. Yeah, we definitely have some challenges, but it's okay. So there are those in full. Now the next two, I can just do forward back here real quick. So we get those squared. Two. Well, I boogered that up. Oops. We goofed up big time, my friends. Now we're gonna frog to the end. I should have went here. Forward and back. Keep on keeping. Exactly, man. Exactly. I got faith though that you'll land something. Keep your eye out on LinkedIn, Indeed, where whichever one you feel is the better for you. LinkedIn definitely has its advantages because you can connect with your former coworkers, and if any of them happen to land something and can put the word out about what's going on with their new company, then hey, you might just have an in, and they can put a good word in for you, and if there's some sort of a referral bonus, then hey, if it's one of those referral bonuses where one person gets it for referring you, then maybe they'd be down to split it with you. Who knows? But yeah. And those places are also great for looking into into your dream jobs, like say for instance you're like myself and want to become an aspiring voice actor, or you're looking to go ahead and get a job in some sort of game or movie industry or whatever have you. Those are wonderful places to start because they'll always go ahead and sort of tell you what's going on. You put in what interests you, and they tailor some stuff around what you're looking for. So. All right. My pop is gone. I'm close to where I would like to stop, but I think I'm going to go ahead and stop as soon as I'm done with this section that I'm on, which is only like another three stitches, cross stitches that I need to do. I'm starting to fade. Interview Monday for a part-time job. Okay. Heck yeah. Tired of working just to profit someone else's money. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, man. I get that. One of the things I tried to do, I tried looking into seeing if I can get on with Starlight Children's Foundation or St. Jude. I even went ahead and looked to see if Tiltify had anything opened up, and sadly, none of them had anything opened up for me at the time. So I was like, well, that kind of sucks. But at least now what I'm doing is it's giving me an insight as to I don't want to go ahead and get too wordy with it because that might give away exactly what I'm doing, and I don't know if I'm able to go ahead and say what I do, but I just as an adult, you have certain things you need to keep an eye out for, right? And while my company doesn't provide the same kind of things that other companies provide, we are still very much known as like the ones that follow the playbook. We'll go ahead and say we follow that playbook to the letter, and we're specifically that kind of a playbook. Our entire business is kind of built off of that playbook. We'll just go ahead and say, and we make sure that the people the clients that provide us with data, we make sure that data meets all of the criteria in order to be considered correct. And the great thing is that we provide our clients with we can provide them with reports that gives them a breakdown of what information they've sent to us, and then also tell them, hey, look, this is what you did wrong. You know, you provided data on this past batch of data that you sent to us, but then you turned around and provided something completely different this time around. So which is it? It's not something that we rejected outright, but it's going to be something that we're not going to update. We'll take all the other data that you've sent to us and update that, but this change that you've provided, we're not updating that. So yeah, and like I said, there's a lot of digging into this. I was talking with Brock Otter earlier, who was in here. I was telling him how we've got one of the things that I've been learning how to do is to set up our and or edit or even disable these reports I was just talking about. And there was one that I got today that was a bit of a doozy. It's like, you know, we have this one report that we send, and we also send this other report. And I can see clearly back in 2020 when the report was originally set up for both versions of the reports. And yet mysteriously, one of those reports is completely missing in action. There was never an entry in either one of our ticketing systems, if you will. And I'm just like, I know we're not messing with that part of it, but in my eyes, if I'm supposed to be seeing something, if I'm looking for this one item in particular, or this one report in particular, that one report is generally always accompanied by the other report, and it's very, very rare that we ever see that the second report stays while the first report goes. It's always the other way around. The first report stays, the second report goes. Meaning that a client might say, hey, you know what? That second report, we're not really using it that much, or we haven't logged in to get it. We're not sure how to go ahead and get it. You can go ahead and just turn that report off. We'll go ahead and just keep getting the first report, and that'll be fine. Like, okay, fine. That's not a big deal. So yeah, that we never received any kind of communication that I know of between March and today's date that would indicate that they're requesting to turn off the first report. There was a change request that was put in, but that request was canceled when we found that the report was already set up. So we're like, well, if it's already set up, then why isn't this entry that we have here? Why isn't that filled in? Like, there should be data in there, and there's not. And I'm just like, I'm confused. And you know, my buddy who got me in, he's just like, okay, well, we're not really worried about that first report. It's like, I get that. I get we're not worried about it. I'm just trying to go ahead and get an understanding as to why it's not here, because there's not been anything that says that it shouldn't be, that it should have been deleted. And all I'm trying to go ahead and make sure of at this point is that do we need to keep it or does it need to go? The second report needs to stay or go, because if it needs to stay, well then, all right, we'll go ahead and we'll let it stay. But if it needs to go, then heck with it. I'll go ahead and submit a ticket to go ahead and disable it right now. And my friend's like, go ahead and go with the latter, disable it. If they still want it, then they can reach back out to the associate, and they can go and work things out from there. I'm like, all right, cool. So I put a ticket in to cancel it. And the whole point of looking into this specific situation was we're backfilling some data. It helps us to like if someone goes ahead and submits a request to change how a report works, we can see exactly what if there's like an audit ID or a param key or something, some sort of keyword or something like that would help us understand what's going on. And then that allows us to then research things a lot faster instead of taking sometimes like this last one, hours trying to figure out what happened. So it's one of those things where once I feel like I've had this thing turned over fully to me, I'm like, look, we're putting notes into everything. We put notes into everything, and I don't know if there's a way that we can do it, but maybe we need to go ahead and pull, pull any tickets that we get, pull them down, so that way they're not deleted from the system after so many months. So, it's crazy, but yeah, no, it is still, like I said, it's still an easy job for the most part. I wish I had a little bit of extra time, but it definitely feels like I'm a little bit more rushed. Then that's right. Need to do this one in full, and then the other one. All right, we go ahead and get this here. Okay, so now from there, I need to go down 2. Technically, 2 holes. So that's 1. There's 2. Oh wait, no. That's right, we're just gonna skip that one. Let me at least go ahead and do this one row that I've got here. I'm gonna go ahead and at least do this one row so that way I know where I'm at. And I can continue on from there. So I'll do this one in full, do these forward and back, down 1, do this one, do a half stitch here. Actually, I'll take that back. We'll go ahead and do this row, these 3.5, and then we'll call it there. That'll work. All right, now we're gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. 6 forward and back. And 6. All right. Back the other way. Drop down. Do 3 full and a half. Call it a night. There is those. Drop down here to this one. All right, so again, we're doing these 3 here and that half of 1. That's where we'll stop. One. Two. Here's 3. And a half. All right, there we go. So over here, really trying to go ahead and get this stretched up at the top. It's gonna be for the birds. That put into here. Hang on for me, nice to see you. Or rather, I hear you. Alright, there we go, chat. We're not doing too bad. Here we are. This is even though I screwed up a bit, this is still going to be pretty good. We're still going to have a pretty good spot. So poke around in makers and crafters every so often, but I guess I kept missing out on live. Yep, we're still going at it, man. You know, like I said, right now we're working with this one. This is a secret heart bear, or not secret heart bear. Excuse me. This is rainbow heart bear. This is a character that was created for the Care Bears 30th anniversary, and a lot of parents or a lot of couples who were expecting and lost the pregnancy was lost due to you know due to miscarriage or even stillborn situations. That is a kind of a devastating situation, but then you have what's known as the follow-up pregnancy. In those cases when those follow-up pregnancies after a miscarriage or a non-human interactive abortion of the pregnancy, when that kind of thing happens and then the following pregnancy goes full term and the baby's born and they're healthy, that baby is then referred to as a rainbow baby. And a lot of like I said, a lot of families and their friends kind of they kind of go ahead and gravitate towards this specific character as a way of going ahead and giving that new child a I wouldn't really say an identity, but giving them an image to associate with, I guess you could say. Nice. That's awesome. That's awesome, Nest. Yeah. So yeah, we our oldest is indeed a rainbow baby. We had one pregnancy that we were in the middle of at the end of 2016, and Christmas Day of all days. Or not necessarily Christmas. Yeah, no, it was Christmas Day. Christmas Day of all days is the day we lost the little one. We were planning to go ahead and tell our families the following day that we were expecting, because that was the date that was going to be the 3-month mark, the out of the woods area. And a lot of folks are a little superstitious in that case, and they wait until 3 months in before announcing anything. There's some people who just announce it right off the rip and like, hey, guess what, I'm pregnant, and then like, but at least in this case, you get past that first 3 months and you're out of that the woods of the most likely time to lose the pregnancy, right? So yeah, we, like I said, Christmas Day of all days for that to happen was not a fun night, let's just say. But that was, it was one of those. It's not fair that happened, and yeah. Oh yeah, it was super rough. I know that I know my wife didn't do anything wrong. We were doing everything right, and it turned out to be one of those just rare flukes. that just happens sometimes, and there's nothing that we could do to stop it. You know, but it was when she told me that we had lost it. I was about to break right then and there, but I did everything in my power to hold everything together, and get her to the hospital, um, so we can go ahead and take care of things. Um, and then when we got home at like, let's see, that was around like 8 o'clock at night. We didn't get home until like 2 a.m., almost 3 a.m. I think it might have been. But when we got home, we got in, we got up to the restroom, and that's when the feelings just overwhelmed me, and I let loose, and my wife was like, I'm so proud of you for holding it together. That really helped me. I want to let you know that. So yeah, it was definitely something I didn't want to experience, but it I guess it made me a better person for doing so. But yep, exactly. So we just like, look, it's like trying to ride a bike. You fall off, you gotta get back on and try again. So we did a few months later, and now we have two. So and we lose our minds every day, but it's okay. That's kids for you. I remember how much I drove my mom nuts, but at the same time, I at least wasn't as crazy as my kids are. So, but that's okay. But so thank you so much, Nest, for showing up again, and thanks again for the refollow. I'm gonna go ahead and get a picture of this up onto on a Discord. Maybe not tonight, but I'll probably go ahead and try to get up there on tomorrow. If I decide to go ahead and work on it a little bit more tomorrow, I'll try to make sure that I definitely get that picture before I start working on it. Sorry I didn't get a picture more recently of that. Where is Sky still here? I think Skybeat may have dropped out. Let's see. I'm gonna quickly go ahead and share show and tell real quick and see what we got going on over there. See what new things everyone's been working on. Yeah, I forgot to go ahead and take a picture of that. Oops. All right, let me go ahead and switch over here to our main screen for a moment. All right, so that was the last picture I took, and like I said, we kicked some butt on this one tonight. So we had gotten down to roughly about where my middle finger's at, maybe just a wee bit further down. I guess we were more closer to right around there, but this is just with that darker outline, or the darker purple that we were trying to work with. We got down to essentially the neck, shoulder area, and then came back up and started filling in the low lights for the paw, and then once we get that filled in to essentially match the starting point here, we'll start filling in the 209s over in this section here of the paw, and then we'll go back into the 553 and get all that filled in to a certain degree, and then we'll pop over here and start doing the same thing over on this side. So we're making our way with that. We're making our way. Madam Glitch, who I was hoping was going to show up tonight, she was doing some drawing. The other night she was saying that that she was told, you know, you need to do something that you like to do. So if you like to draw. So she drew. And that's what that was for Mother Glitch. It's kind of cool. Before all my stuff here, there was a new thing that Skybeat was working on. This is a small experiment of a heal ball on a small D&D dice bag. And before that, she did both the regular and black Rayquazas. So yeah, we're looking pretty good. So guys, don't forget, join the Discord. You can find out what all we're working on. And like for instance, with what I'm working on, I tend to share the patterns that I'm working with. I need to go back in and do. I need to go ahead and pull this in a PDF version and put it out there for you guys. Of course, without the outlining dots and whatnot. But excuse me. But at least you know, you can follow along with what I'm doing at some point or another, or if you wanted to go ahead and do this very thing, you can. I goofed up somewhere and missed some, so there's quite a bit that's a bit off from what it should be, but that's what's going to make it kind of unique. If by the time I get all done and it doesn't look the way I want it to look like, well, then we'll kind of figure out what we're going to do from there. So, but that's going to do it for me, guys. Let's go see if there's anybody live that we can raid out to. Amish Ace, it looks like he's going right now. He's playing some Battlefield 6. For all the you Call of Duty folks, you probably don't want to watch. You'll probably get banned by by Treyarch. I know it's probably just a meme thing, but still. Let's see. Yeah. You know what? I don't know if I'm feeling up for raid now. I'm always of two minds. Like I want to raid out sometimes, but at the same time, I also kind of want to just raid and run. And I hate raiding and running. Sometimes I don't even want to raid at all. I'll at least go ahead and raid and run. That's what we'll probably go ahead and do. Alright, guys. Tomorrow we're probably not streaming. You understand, you're spent. It's all good. But yeah, no. Yeah, tomorrow I probably will not be streaming. We generally don't stream on Saturday nights anyways, but every now and then I'm like, hey, you know what? I'm feeling froggy. I'm gonna jump. So we'll probably go ahead and not stream tomorrow night, but we'll be live. If I can't get the things I want to go ahead and get done tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night when I get home from running around and whatnot, that will determine if I'm gonna stream Sunday. there's some cleaning up I want to go ahead and do around the game room. There's a furry little critter that I need to go ahead and catch, and hopefully it is the last one. May not be. There may still be at least one more running around, but I'm hoping that these two are separate enough that they're not interacting with each other. And I'm hopeful that I don't have any more hiding anywhere else. So, so yeah. I'm gonna head out of here, guys. Thank you so much again for hanging out. I appreciate you. Let's go ahead and raid. Let's go ahead and make sure that I actually type in the right box here. All right, we're gonna go say hi to Amish Ace. If you guys can, please drop Amish a follow. Tell him Rockstar sent you. Yeah. Like I said, I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna drop our raid message. If you don't have the emotes, please do yourself a favor and use whatever emotes you have available. But just make sure to have Rockstar After Party Raid in there. After I go ahead and get through with spamming my raid message, I'm gonna just go ahead and say, hey, hate to raid and run, but I got some outs. So, but thank you guys again so much. I will see you all hopefully Sunday, and if not, I will see you guys next Wednesday for some more DK Bonanza. Until then, rock on and have a wonderful night. Bye, guys.